Hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Hearts of Iron 4, where we are playing vanilla, because I got another job at Paradox. I'm going to be leaving the community team as a community manager for Stellaris, and instead I'm joining Hearts of Iron. But not as a community manager, instead I'm joining Hearts of Iron as a content designer, which means I will actually be making this game. Which I'm still kind of blown away by. But yes, I am actually on the Hearts of Iron 4 dev team now. And I'm very, very excited for that. So part of my plan here, because as a content designer, our job is basically going to be creating focus trees, events, decisions, that type of thing. And I want to make sure that I know what is possible, particularly in terms of like focus tree modifiers and that type of thing. So as my work test, I had to create a focus tree for a country, and a big part of that I found, except for the scripting, which I'm gonna need to get some more practice in, was just remembering all the different modifiers. Like in Europa Universalis 4, what I would tend to do if I was modding it is I would open up the custom empire designer, and then it's got all of the modifiers there with the points value, which gives you a decent idea of how strong that modifier is considered. Hearts of Iron doesn't have anything like that. You kind of just got to go through databases and stuff, and the wiki in particular. So yeah, we're going to be playing some Hearts of Iron. I thought that we would start from a fairly obvious place, playing as Germany. Our idea here is I'm going to take a bit of time looking through the focus tree, see what's possible. We're generally, I think... Well, this may not always be true. We may not always go historical. If there is something particularly interesting about one of the alternative focus trees, I don't really see why we shouldn't... Well, one of the alternative branches. I don't see why we shouldn't do that. So I guess that is going to be a question here. Do we want to play historical Germany? Do we want to go a democratic Germany, which is up against Russia? Or do we want to go Kaiserliche Germany? Which is more against Britain. You know what? We haven't done one yet. Let's do a poll. And make our decision. So I'm definitely playing as Germany. The question here is as whom or as what. So... Are we going to go historic? We probably should, because historic will put everything else into perspective. And then we've got, what is it? And we'll make this a 2-minute vote. Let's get that going. And off you go. So I do think that historic is probably long-term going to be the most useful. Democratic is the one that I know the least. I'm not actually, no, I think I've done democratic maybe once. And then Kaiser, I've done many, many times. I really like the Kaiser tree. It's really, really interesting. And then the next thing I'm going to do is work out how on earth I'm going to take notes, because I'd meant to get a notebook from work. And then of course I forgot to do that. But I think I have another one lurking. I do have another one that was lurking. Cool, so let's go and... Oh, this is where... Those are all of my notes from doing interviews for new CAs. So this already is a work notepad. That's fine then. Oh, you know what? I should probably just start from the back. Let's just go backwards. Here we go. Aha. So we have Germany. Kaiser tree is best, so 1910 start date. Set the AI to historical as well for this control test. Yes, I'm planning to. Should tell Paradox to give Brazil a focus tree who actually fought in the war. I mean, there's a lot of countries that actually fought in the war that really could do with a focus tree. Norway, Finland, Denmark. Belgium, Brazil. Did Argentina? I feel like they joined right at the end of the war. Siam. Who else is there? Technically Nepal, though their focus tree I don't think would be very interesting. Nepal's focus tree. Give Britain Gurkhas. Egypt. Yeah, that would be a good one. Iceland. True. Is Argentina known for the Nazis fleeing there after the war? Yes, but I think they were also coerced into joining. I know that I was actually watching something about Argentina in the war not too long ago, but Argentina was like pro-war, then anti-war, then pro-war, then anti-war. They've flip-flopped a lot because of the Argentinian large German population. Yeah, precisely. Venezuela. Venezuela is another country I'd like to see with a focus tree. Because I think Venezuela could be a really interesting alt history nation. And particularly because they're one of the few sources of German oil. Turkey already has one. Iran. Persia. Could be an interesting one. Anyway, the focus trees are here done. DJ Freaky B contributing 4,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that. Kaiser came in last. And then we have Democratic in second place, but overwhelmingly in first place we have Historical Germany. So that is what we are going to do. We're going to play as Historical Germany, we're going to play in regular, and we're going to do with historical focuses. We are going to make this as historic as we can. Cool. Faroe Islands. Philippines would be a good one, actually. Yes. Hooray for the new Mordred-led DLC. Twice the naval focus for everyone. For realsies. Congrats on the amazing career path. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Okay, so. Show me what you got, Germany. Obviously, they have the 4-year plans with the development of their industry, which I do think is actually kind of cool, especially the integrate war economies versus German war economy decision. And you'll have to bear with me as I do make notes and stuff during this. So the... Or shall I do this as we reach those points in the focus? Let's do it as we reach those points in the focus, because then I can talk a bit more about them. So the 4-year plan leads to the industrial bit, which we're going to want to do. But also as Germany, we need to be fairly quick off the ball to do stuff like Rhineland. But I think we should start with this. Oh no, this just makes Hjalmar Schacht available. It takes 70 days. If we do the research first, because I have a reason for this, that takes 198 days. So we're going to get through 2 focuses before we even get construction 1 done, which is when we'd want the industrial buff to kick in. And let's buff the infantry a bit. Let's move over there. And I can actually see chat again. Hey! Feedback has a video on YouTube where he rates the focus trees could be worth a watch for research purposes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I will. You know what? I'll even make a note of that. Feedback, focus. Focus. Ratings. I've met Feedback numerous times. Lovely guy. Good old Dave. Cool. Alright, so civilian factories. Now, usually what I end up doing is infrastructure. Although, what do you start with? You start with partial mobilization. So your military factory construction speed is actually boosted. So you should... it's still Germany, though. No, I think that Germany should civilian... Right, because there are a couple of places that get it free. Brandenburg, Hessen. Here they are. Brandenburg, Hanover, Thüringen, Franken. Thüringen, Hanover. Let's not do Thüringen yet. It's too low level. Anywhere where it's 80% is basically going to be fine to build. So we'll just start building a couple of civilian factories in those locations with building some outdated equipment. That would be the old submarines, but I would say go ahead and finish them. But just one. And then we should probably order this by when they're going to actually finish. March, April, May. April 21st. That is going to be an order. Okay. Let's boost that to the maximum. We have a whole bunch of unassigned divisions, but we can worry about that after. And they are fully trained, so I don't need to train those. And then, yeah, I think we may even just start on Rhineland. Anschluss is going to require us to have more manpower in the field, so we're going to have to build armies for that. We need an ambitious plan to provide for the rearmament and ultimate self-sufficiency of the nation. This should be achieved within the next 4 years. I like the double whammy of a political advisor and also the industry research, which is pretty cool. There was one on 4. So there was. Well spotted. And then I'm going to get rid of the basic airframes because I don't really care about those. And then I think we're just going to make more guns. And more tanks. More motorized, although we're going to need more rubber for this. For the moment, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about that too much. And then we have decisions. So we got the Mefo bills coming through. That's fine. We can demand increased trade with Germany, so we can try to get the Dutch on our side. Darkstar, can you post that on the Discord? Because it'll get lost in chat here for me. Cool, cool, cool. Well, in that case, let's go get this ball rolling. And I think we should also have a bunch more of these queued up. So you guys are red. This is an entire infantry corps, so we'll put you in purple. And these are the special forces, which at the moment are just mountaineers. So we'll just make you white. Like so. And all of you should be under a field marshal, and we'll worry about that after. Next thing, Navy. Let's bring you all to Kiel. And have you do some drilling to get yourself trained up. Because that's going to complete. And then I'm going to want to do one of these without the industry bonus. Oh well. Not going to min-max things too much. Rumours are swirling that the annexation of the Sultanate of Warsaw by Italian forces may be imminent. Italian troops have been seen amassing on the border of the isolated nation, and sources indicate that pressure is being exerted diplomatic in Warsaw to force a capitulation without bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure, but the situation does not look promising. Sultanate of Warsaw submits to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Warsaw has accepted Italian demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope for avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear that the colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighbouring Ethiopia be able to spare the military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces now moving into the small nation to take up positions along the border with Ethiopia. It's unclear whether the occupation will be permanent or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict in Ethiopia. And you guys are parking up to repair, aren't you? You may split your fleets if you need to, guys. How did you all get damaged? The hell? Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, which was signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried as an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has been finally amended in favour of the newly legalised Montreux Convention. Alright, there's the 4-year plan. Then I would say may as well get autarky, which gives us the construction speed buffs. For Germany to be truly great, it must be self-sufficient. We must make better use of our resources and become more efficient in our constructions. Can I send volunteers? I don't know. Not to Ethiopia. Oh, I can. Yeah, I should do that. I think I'm probably going to send the mountaineers. Plus maybe the cavalry? Yeah, let's do that. Mountaineers and cavalry. And then I can send planes. How many can I send? I can send 2 air wings of aircraft. Attack bombers, fighters, I think maybe 1 of each. There we go, the 2 divisions have arrived. Let's put you here. Now, who do we want to start training up? Well, first things first, let's sort out the field marshals. So our field marshals Rundstedt, Kluger, and Mödel. Mödel is really good because he is a brilliant strategist, although he's taken defensive doctrine. Munstein is good, Guderian's good. Dietrich, Kesselring, and Wilhelm List is a defensive marshal. We have engineer already. Guderian is cheap to promote. That's his other benefit. I mean, I can't afford them right now, so I think that it's probably going to be Guderian getting the experience with Mödel. Start preparing those 2. Okay, and then we'll say, let's go and take Gondor. Gondor calls for aid! We will make sure they do not get it. Get aggressive assaulter, but I'm not going to get the promotions just yet. I actually want to save command power to promote field marshals if I can. Okay, technology done. That was computing. Let's go and get computing too. And let's see how we can help. I asked a German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He just said, 9! Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan and the US met in December of 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the sizes of battleships, aircraft carriers, in their hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. And I could also get a political advisor, which is probably going to be Helmi Schacht. Get that construction speed going. In fact, that was really cheap. Huzzah! Could also do the war industrialist, though I don't think that's necessarily needed just yet. Could also get the mobile warfare expert so we can get the... Oh no, that's not ticking. This is ticking. Beck, Keitel and Hulda. Right, that was the downside to these guys. They already have... Officer Corps. Oh no, you don't. Huh. Guderian does. Guderian's good. Mobile warfare doctrine, cost and armor technology, max speed plus 10. That also means that he's not going to get bonuses to experience for that over time. Is there someone who will? Witzeben is one of the best infantry commanders. Dietrich. But he's got that minus 10 experience gain, which I really don't want. Kesselring, unfortunately, has already got one. BJ Blatskowitz. We have several really good infantry commanders. Who are the other military high command people we can get? Rommel is an armor genius. Rich is an army logistics expert. Where is he? He is not actually a general. That is annoying. Ferdinand Schorner is an infantry expert. He is not actually... Pete's sake. And then Rundstedt is a field marshal, right? Yes. But he's old guard. So the only one of these that can actually gain experience in the command is Rommel, and he's already maxed out. So army logistics is our division attrition, which is really good. So I'm thinking maybe attrition and infantry. So we need an infantry expert. Maybe I should switch out Guderian for an infantry expert. Like Witzleben. Yeah, let's do that. Let's switch you out for Witzleben. And we're starting to get a couple of divisions already. I'm going to wait until they're fully prepped though. There's the autarky, so we now build factories and stuff faster. We can get the Hermann Göring Werk. Yeah, I think we should do that one at the very least. We must rid ourselves of the fickle influence of private capitalists. Therefore, we will form an industrial conglomerate under our control to oversee the growth of mining and steel sectors, as this will form the backbone of the military industry. We could do increased pressure on the Dutch. Right, we also had a bunch of subscriptions coming in. I am sorry. Let me read those out. Commander Faceless coming in with a 51-month resub. Thank you very much for that, Faceless. 51 months of enjoyment. Heck yeah. Then we got Alexeth the Alex the First. I always misread your name. Coming in with a 17-month primary sub. Thank you very much for that. Evil Snowball with a 49-month resub. Thank you for that. English Helfrick with a 28-month primary sub. Congratulations on the new job, Mordred. I cannot wait to see what will happen with that Dutch tree. And then Emperor Blizzard coming in with a 30-month resub. Thank you very much for that, Emperor Blizzard. And then finally we have Afrojackon coming in with a 37-month resub. Thank you also. Okay, so I've just been reminded that Germany is doing something which is a bit special, which I should probably write down. That's the Mefo bills. How do those function again? In order to fund our growing military industry and to keep this a secret from the British and the French eyes, we've been forced to use a balance sheet entity to route payments in the form of promissory notes. If we do not use our political connections to extend the due date of these notes, we'll be forced to repay them and will no longer receive those benefits. Costs of each extension will progressively increase until war breaks out, at which point reliance on Mefo is removed and payments delayed until after the war's conclusion. Oh, I see, so it just reduces your daily political power cost every 36 days. So we have got Mefo, which is what did it actually do? Yeah. Daily political power cost, consumer goods down, so it's construction speed. And minus consumer plus PP per day. Cost goes up over time. Which is a decision. Cool. Alright then. Leichter Minenwerfer is finished, and basic machine tools as well. So we don't actually have radio yet. Let's go ahead and get radio. And then we've got the construction now. Do I want to go for concentrated industry? Or do I instead just double down on getting construction? I think I'm just going to double down on construction. Are there any of these that I need to research? Like, I don't know, photo recon might be useful. Better artillery would also be useful because that will lead to better tank tech. And tank tech in general is something I should probably go for. Ah, you actually managed to push here. Cool. Keep going. The United Kingdom dominates Dutch trade negotiations. The British have expanded their influence over the Netherlands to the point where the Dutch government has felt forced to favour them in the current trade negotiations. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is another very quick poll, because I do like those. Do we want to go historical here and bring the Dutch on side to get a bigger boats? And also, of course, Helfrick! Get your votes in. What should we do? I believe the Danish belts give you attrition, or it's during the winter. It was probably a winter thing, I guess. Oh, right, when the ships were getting damaged, which they no longer are, because I think they're all probably trained. Those certainly are. Those are. These aren't. Oops. And make sure we go and repair. And in fact, if any other ships get finished, I want you to join German Reich Reserve Fleet 1. So you automatically start training. Something like that. Okay, the votes are in, and Sindrin contributed 1,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that. Allied Dutch lost out with 25% of the vote, so we are actually going to go for an Axis Dutch, which means that we need to start using the gateway to Europe and pump up those numbers. Okay, now we can also choose a concern. This would give me faster industrial research speed with Krupp. Unless there's any of these I want. Heavy fighters, political power. We don't keep him forever though. I think I might go for the industrial. Get those technologies done as quickly as possible. Bring our industry online as quickly as possible. Nationalist Spain declared war on Spain. Construction 1 is done. Okay, we obviously want to join Nationalist Spain. I can send you 2 volunteers, and I think these are probably going to be Panzer divisions. Now these should probably be done by Guderian. Or we can just get Rommel some experience. He doesn't really need it, though. Walter Kruger. Chance to get wounded in combat and he loses other bits, never mind. One of these. Rommel, Manstein, and Guderian are all tank commanders. Guderian has the best planning. Manstein has the best logistics. Rommel has the most attack, so I think Rommel does make the most sense. None of them actually have Panzer Leader yet. Rommel does have a high chance of getting injured, though. Guderian has that promotion cost. So we could make Guderian the Field Marshal here. Although Gunther von Kluger's not a bad marshal. He just has offensive doctrine and tanks. No, I want to have somebody with brilliant strategist for the marshal for the tanks. So it needs to be one of these two. You've got the planning. So yes, I think it's going to be Guderian as the field marshal. So I'm going to go ahead and promote you now. Let's go send them first. Meanwhile, new technology. That was you. We've got the industrial bit there going. We've got some armor going. Let's do that. And training for all of that is going nicely. Spain will allow the troops. Spain will also allow us to send 2 wings of planes. Deploy. Oh, nice. Right, let's send you and you. No fighters. Seems like that doesn't matter. Your cavalry is getting kind of beaten up there, buddy. Going work is done. Just going to get the CDF bargain. We will allow our citizens to purchase their own future people's car through a savings scheme, which will in turn we will use to finance the construction of the factories that will eventually contribute to the building of these cars. Hi Mordred, what are we doing today? Just looking at the focus trees? No, we're going to be playing each focus tree throughout the next couple of weeks, starting with Germans. You guys are almost finished training. Let's go boost the Dutch again. And there we go. Our tank divisions have now arrived in Galicia. That's what I meant to do. You're going to be commanded by Darian with Rommel. I guess we should try to close this up first. And I think that the way to do that is going to be to attack here. Go into there. Fire that. Go. Games of the 11th Olympiad. The 11th Olympic Games recently held in Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 different nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live television coverage. The Games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, which spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. And you've already managed to do that, so just go ahead and attack. You have no orders. Just go ahead and attack. There we go. Oh. Where are you off to? Because I'm about to take your port. There we go. It's gone. Carry on. And there goes Ethiopia. The Ethiopian government's gone into exile. The main forces have capitulated to Italy. So some of our troops are on the way home. You guys are very nearly finished training. And then after KDF Argon, I should... No. I should really... Nope, I may as well... I should... No! No, I should go for Rhineland after that. Army innovations leads to the Treaty of the USSR, but I don't need to do that until we actually start doing the USSR facing stuff. Grey Wolf wants me to drink some tea. Cheers. Was the tea good? This is a very, I'd have to say, bog standard green tea that I'm drinking at the moment. It's alright, it's nothing special. Getting the influence for Romania and Hungary early is pretty nice too. That's true, yes. And it's something I always kind of forget to do, so we should definitely start to align Romania and Hungary so that we can integrate their war economies. Because it automatically puppets them. You're not wrong. Man. The one thing I do like about the German focus tree is there are a lot of choices. a lot of choices, especially early game. Just gonna put a little meaningful in there. I.e., how deep do you go on industry? Before diplomatic? Do you go for Romania, Hungary? Research slot. Infrastructure. I gotta say, the industrial bit for Germany is really well done. Großraumwirtschaft. That's 3 years. So we need to get them into a faction. How likely is that? I mean, for Romania it's pretty likely once they lose Bessarabia. For Hungary, I think it's less likely. Where is invite to faction? There it is. World tension needs to be at 100%. Axis needs to be more popular in the country. And then Hungary, we need 40% world tension. Alright, so Romania is not going to be until much later, but Hungary we probably could go for sooner rather than later. So you know what? Let's do it. We must prepare Germany for its destiny as a centerpiece of Europe. Our infrastructure will bind together the west with the east and the south with the north. The downside for the German focus tree is they're all 70 frickin' days. Which, interestingly, I've seen how that's scripted now. And it's all focuses are in increments of 7 days. So I don't know if you can do part decimals. Because basically what you're doing is saying focus time equals 1, which is 70 days. Focus time equals 5 would be 35 days. Focus time equals 1 would be 7. So it is moddable, it's just a bit of a pain. Alright, 2 new technologies. So we've got our artillery. It is still only 36. Smoke? No, I think I'd rather go for aeroplane stuff. I don't think I'm going to need strap bombers. I don't think I'm going to need range. Photo recon, however, will be very useful. May as well start on you. You guys are as good as done. Let's go ahead and deploy. Did I? Huh. Whoops. And then we've got quite a few light tanks, so we can probably get some tank divisions unless we want to make these bigger. Let's get another 4 tank divisions in training. Why are you still in Italy? Right, because you're still technically at war with Ethiopia. So are they just stuck there? Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new notepad. Why for bugs? When Italy sends... No, sorry, when... Nations send volunteers to Italy during Ethiopian... When nations send volunteers to Italy during the Ethiopian War, they are stuck there because they're always at war. Should have automatic cancel volunteers when Ethiopia falls. Are SPG worth it? They can be. You need a more armoured assault specialist. And I think that SPGs can also get more soft attack than motorised artillery. They're just obviously more expensive. Radio. Early radar? I'm not really used to having this many technologies researched so fast. Okay, let's get AT, I guess. No, let's get logistics and signal companies ready. When do I start the new job? August. Oh shoot, I'm not attacking. My bad. I have a new job, yes. I am leaving the community team and will no longer be the community manager for Stellaris. Instead, I'm joining the Hearts of Iron team as a content designer, so I will actually be making Hearts of Iron. Zaragotha's right there. It should be a decent supply hub. Mechanical computing! Let's go on to the next. I'm just going to continue on these. Yeah, because I'm going to want signal companies. I'm also going to want military police. The other thing I probably want to do is start creating an agency. No, this too early. Or is it? Because something I should start doing is building collaboration governments in Poland and also in France. And the earlier we start with that, honestly, the better. Do it. Congratulations, may say the better game. You may say that. Align Hungary. Hungary is already in our sphere of influence. We could easily sway them to further our way of thinking, making them even more easily manipulatable in the future. United Kingdom dominates Dutch trade. Right, I've got to remember to do that. Thank you for the reminder. Keep going. What does it need to be? We need to be 10 points ahead. Gateway to Europe. Cave to the Germans. Germany must have at least 25 trade influence, and we need to have at least 15 more than the UK. Just part of Mod's secret plan to make a Hoi 4 mod for the world he's building. Hoi wouldn't be a good fit for that. Would be much better done with EU, like Ambenar. Okay, we have that done, so I think we probably want... Invisible ink. Maybe psychological warfare later. Right, because we could flip Romania to being a fascist government with a little bit of influence. And then we're also going to want the intelligence. Elusive gentleman. Canaris, yes, I'm sure that Canaris would be a really good influence for German espionage. So there's a game that I've been playing at work actually called Black Orchestra, which is a board game of 4 players, which is all about assassinating Hitler. Like the one goal is to kill Hitler. And the first character I played as in that was Canaris, because Canaris was feeding the Allies information basically from the start. More cities. Yes. Huzzah! I think we probably want to do civies until like midway through 37, possibly 38. There's construction 2, then I think that's a whole year. Then I'll be able to start doing the other construction stuff. No, I'm going to wait. Feels a bit silly, but do it. We have a 100% bonus. Get it done in a year. We will have 39 construction in February 38, which is a year ahead of time. I'm okay with that. We could get doctrines. Oh wow, yeah. Got a lot of experience. That's good. Focusing the Dutch. There's invisible ink. Now I think I'm going to do economy civilian. We're also going to hire our first operative. Do we have anyone that's good at... Yes, infiltration. Good. Although diplomatic pressure could also be nice. No, we're going to go for an infiltrator first. And I think the first target is going to be Poland. I don't know why you're attacking that way, which is literally the opposite direction to what I'm telling you to do. Okay, do I want to start aligning Romania? Because 730 is actually 2 years, not 3. When does Germany do Bessarabia? I feel like it's too early for Romania. Because I want to make sure that I have that plus 85%. No, I probably should do Romania now. We build up the fascism as well. It's just that acceptance of fascist diplomacy plus 85 I feel like might be kind of important. Let's do Rhineland. The Rhineland has been demilitarized since the end of the Great War, but this insult shall stand no longer. Germany is a sovereign nation and it's free to move its troops anywhere within her borders. After all, it's just marching in our own backyard. Why do you not have a field marshal? Rommel. Wait, you do. Just gotta reload the game real quick. Something's obviously not loading properly. Hope you give Wilhelmina a try on another stream. I'm going to play every single nation that has a focus tree. So I would say that there is a pretty high chance of that. Especially because the Netherlands is my favourite focus tree. which did actually come up in my interview. Peter, who is the game director for Hearts of Iron, asked, like, what's your favourite focus tree? The Dutch. Good choice. Okay, now you two can deploy. Join that unit, who can then start training again. So it's limited train, so it's only those in that position. Still getting army experience. Do I want to use this to reform my panzer divisions to get more motorized? Or do I want to save that army experience for doctrines or national spirits? Our guys start at level 4 anyway. Which means they're not going to level up particularly early, and most of our good generals will have already lost 3 level ups from the early national spirit, so I don't think national spirits are really the way to go. What my infantry looks like? Not great, but they're also not terrible. Then yes, I think I do want to add more motorized to you. Which will make you better. We have more than enough trucks for this. What do we do with trains? Boats. Regional Defense Council of Aragon declared war on Spain. Ah, okay, so I can't put you in half anymore. Well, ignore them. Huzzah! No, you know what? Continue with them, just because the supply situation here is good. And we're just going to try to take out Tortosa. Carry on! Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. Continued government attempts at reasserting centralized control over the mostly independently acting anarchist communes in the northeastern of Spain, as well as the Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has now led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militias and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise has meant the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a couple of days. You're still attacking in the wrong direction. Dude, why? Stop that! Oh, for Panzer Leader. Armoured ratio must be 40%. It's 50 at the moment, so we're fine. What's that right there? There's not even a front line here. Oh, Soviet tanks. Getting some experience. They're both attacking the wrong direction. I don't know what's going on here. There's definitely something that's gotten a little bit kerfuffled. But beating up Soviet tanks seems like a good use of our tanks. So, you know what? I'll allow it. Yunnan joins the Chinese United Front. Earlier today, China and Yunnan issued a joint statement. The latter has now been formally granted member status of the Chinese United Front. Guangxi does the same. Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong have issued a joint statement declaring that they have set aside their differences in the face of Japanese attack. Both sides will observe a strict policy of non-aggression against each other for as long as the war against Japan lasts, and have vowed to do everything in their power to throw back the invader. The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Jibai Samar joins. Zhangzi joins. Yeah, I'm getting a ton of experience, which is good. Some new factories available. Still only May, so I'm going to say keep going. And then new focus. Do Anschluss, get the extra factories. I think that's probably a good move. The Anschluss, or union with Austria, is a long-held goal of the German people. Although forbidden by the Treaty of Versailles, the time has finally come to bring it about. Let us offer the Austrians a chance of sharing our glorious destiny. Vabis, on the way to your pink wings, coming in with a 35-month resub. Yes, you are just 1 month away. Nice. And then Foo Man, coming in with a new follow. Welcome to the channel. Daniel Tur, coming in with a 12-month, 1 year resubscription. Congratulations on earning your golden wings. Heck yeah. Get all of the support. What was this research? Don't know, but we can start working on concentrated industry and the other industry stuff now, so we probably should. How expensive is Mefo now? I don't think it's anything you should ever really turn off, but it is definitely quite pricey. Also, we have finished this. I do wish there was a pop-up or something you could like toggle to notify when you're not doing any of these. Not sure which one. I think early on I just want to go for the cheap ones. Let's get the infiltration stuff just because I really like the effects of infiltration. We also want to get the elusive gentleman so we can get another person. Now, we're going to be unlocking any new vehicles anytime soon. I don't think so. Maybe we should just get a chief of army. That's 39. That's 39. That's 38. They made this a year earlier. In that case, we should probably get a tank designer. So, Porsche gives us armor and heavy attack. Henschel gives max speed and reliability. Man gives reliability and soft attack. I think I'll probably go for the max speed reliability, because the reliability means I can strap on more stuff. Portrait's disappeared again. Alright guys, attack in the right direction. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, known to many as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world together with her navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare with the pair temporarily got lost while approaching Howland Island Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning the Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. This is only the first step from here on to getting onto the EU5 dev team. I would love to join the EU team, but I have a feeling that would be in Spain, because that's where Tinto is based. Congrats on the new job, Mordred. Lucky you and success. Have a cup of tea to celebrate. I think I will. Thank you, Valiant. Japan declared war on China. US passes the Neutrality Act. With tensions arising around the globe, the US Congress has been the scene of intense discussions about the role the United States should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the United States out of foreign entanglements. Tanks ready. Let's go ahead and deploy. Ready to that. Get you training again. We have lots of infantry equipment once more, and more tank stuff, so let's go ahead and train another 4 of those, and then I'd say another full 24 infantry. Marco Polo. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished inconclusively over the strategic Marco Polo Bridge, located just southwest of Beijing. China has rejected Japan's demands for apology and territorial concessions, claiming instead that the breaking point of Japanese aggression has been reached. Interesting times indeed. Okay, now we're actually attacking good. Anschluss. Repeated uprisings in Austria clearly show that the people there long to be united with our Reich. It is now time to take action and allow the will of the people to be made manifest. Whoosh. Let's put you into an army first. Let's make these regular infantry of my template. Let's make you into cavalry. My template. And we will have both of you begin training. Let's move you away from the mountains though. After a successful coup d'etat by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd in the Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich. We can get another person. Ooh. Both of those are actually really good. And you are also going to be spying on Poland for reasons. Keep on focusing the Dutch. Oh, I can already do a collaboration government. Okay. In that case, get it going. And I would love to be the spy master so I can get some more slots when we start adding people. The question of Yugoslavia. Following the return of Austria to the Reich, we now share a border with Yugoslavia. The government of Prince Paul has been fairly quiet about their stance on the proposed reordering of Europe. Perhaps we should remind them that the time will come that they must make a choice. It's a bit squeezed. We gain all the stuff over there from Lithuania. I don't think I'm quite ready to do those. Sudetenland, we need more troops. In that case, I think it's probably back to these issues. Now I think it's the time to align Romania. Romania is already in our sphere of influence, but we could easily sway them further to our way of thinking, making them even more easily manipulatable in the future. And we have another research. These are still 37. Man, Germany gets a lot of technology. Let's get the AT guns, because that will also upgrade the guns in our tanks. Angetreten. Go and take Tortosa. Any day now. Okay, I think this is bugged out because it doesn't like these two borders being so close. So let's instead have you focusing on taking Valencia, for example. There you go, now you're doing it. More military factories. More artillery. And support. Although support equipment is what I'm really short on, so let's go with this. Did none of them join this fleet? That was a bit weird. Oh, that's why. We are definitely going to need to do some synthetic research, and in fact, we can already build synthetic refineries, can we not? Yes, we can. Interesting. Let's go drop you. You. I'm just going to cancel you to get the full 3 in Rhineland. I've built too many civilian factories. It's fine. We're going to be building military factories incredibly quickly after this. Speaking of which... let's do coal liquefaction. Because we're going to need those oil supplies. Germany looks so scary after Anschluss. Yeah, looks like it's going to eat Czechoslovakia. Nom 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 nom. And we have enough political power for another person. It is almost 38. We've already got you in place though. So I guess now it's time for Walter Funk. So we can get those military factories built even faster. And we're out of oil. So let's stop the navy's drilling. Xinjiang joins the Chinese United Front. That's not enough. Oh. I'm apparently buying tungsten. Stop that. That's still not enough. Consumption 700. Daily gain. The gain is higher. It's recharging. I think that's why. Concentrated industry. Falling upon the bonds forged during the Great War. France has requested a formal alliance from Britain, citing unspecified threats against the stability of Europe. Today, the request was approved by the British Parliament, and France has joined the Allies. Start working on some of these. Okay, and now... let's get some synthetics going. And then after this... yes. Dockyards available. Oh, oh. How are we doing for convoys? Convoys we probably have enough of. We might want to redesign some ships, particularly these. We could call these Type 3. No, you know what? Something I have not done for a while, which I feel kind of bad about, is... patrons. Let's name some stuff after patrons. Okay, so this is going to be the call sign Slinky submarine. No, it's not. This is going to be the Type 3 because I'm only jigging them. And any of these Type 2s basically need to just get upgraded. Because they are all Type 2s. So Type 3. just merge all of these together. So do need to turn off the automatic reinforcement so that they actually stick. Right. And then we have various different destroyers. Now we do have improved submarines, right? Tier 2s, yes we do. So the Type 7, we're going to call the callsign Slinky. Because this is going to be a Tier 2 torpedo with Tier 2 submarine engine. And you are decommissioned. You're fine. And then we are also, I think, going to go for the Zastora. Which is a very freaking expensive ship. So you know what, let's design our own destroyer, which is going to be a Tier 2 engine, that's fine. Cheap pop gun. No, can't do those yet, never mind. Need to do some more research. Alright, and there we go. Submarines are now going to be getting upgraded, and that's going to keep them busy for a little bit. Let's move that over there. Cool. Coal liquefaction finished. So let's go and get synthetic rubber. Large-scale motorization in aviation requires a large amount of rubber, which we have no sources. We must improve the way we create it synthetically. And we also got new technologies, which is all of these. It is December 37. I think what I'm going to do is wait until December 38. January 38 even. And we'll go from there. And I'm also going to pump up the Dutch. In a last-ditch attempt to halt the oncoming might of the Japanese forces, the network of dikes and flood defences along the Yellow River were destroyed by the Chinese army. The ensuing flash floods have displaced huge numbers of the rural population, who are given only a brief window to prepare. It remains to be seen if this act can buy the Chinese military enough time to regroup and face further combat. Oh, geez. You've lost a lot of ground. Let's have you, I guess, up there. Haven't gained nearly as much experience as I would have liked, but so it goes. We're just not going to take Valencia, because that probably would end that war. 29, 30, 31, January. Alright, January 38. So we know that we want to get the medium tanks. And the engine. And the plating. And we're about to get construction 3. That's actually even earlier than I expected. Boom. And I don't want to get that, because that would take 2 years. Instead... go ahead and get oil processing. Yugoslavia requests sale of aeroplanes. Realizing a strategic weakness, the Yugoslavian Air Force has initiated a crash program to modernize and expand its force. Significant money reserves have been set aside to cover the purchase. A commission is traveling around Europe to look for new sources of fighters and medium bombers. Given the urgency of the issue, the Yugoslavians have insisted on immediate delivery. I'm not actually producing any planes, so this doesn't impact me in the slightest. Going to be finished March 38. What are you telling me? Fine. These guys are done. Let's get them drilling. which is of course going to drain our oil. How long until some of these come online? Still quite a ways away. Do have 82 civilian factories now, which is good. How is the collaboration government going? That's actually going to finish relatively soon. That's good. Click through that at some point. Did something sneaky, added a Patreon. Nice, Foxen. Spain has been annexed. There we go. The anarchists survived longer than the Republicans. That was a pretty quick Spanish Civil War. In the recent local elections, the National Congress has achieved overwhelming majority for the platform of slow and ordered transition to local government. And let's choose our tanks. Have you attacked Fortosa? And then any of that, go. Oil processing. That was quick. Let's get rid of the processing. No. Let's get improved armor protection first, so I can create a decent medium tank when I research them. I'll start building those immediately. And then we have another focus. This is going to be Sudetenland, probably. I feel like my technology is still really good, so no, we're going to get Sudetenland. The fate of the Sudets Germans was one of the worst injustices inflicted by the Treaty of Versailles. They must be brought under our protection regardless of Czech objections. Yes. Do we have enough political power for the next thing of these? Am I going to get any new ships? Am I going to get any new planes? Am I going to get new material? Yes. Next year. It's got to be Mauser. Naval Department complete. Good. Let's get that Air Force Department. You guys have completed your collaboration. Marvellous. Get to work on the next. Engines. Those are all 39s. Gets radio detection. Must remember to get the retreat tech as well for the ships. They're keeping fuel, but only just. There's the 5, so we're getting our 3rd slot, that's good. I think I want to get all of these as well. Stop other people spying on us. And we should probably also start another bunch of infantry training. We really need more support equipment. You know what, I'm going to reduce the amount of motorized we have and put more into support. I actually kind of like how long it's taking us to take this place. It's giving us a lot of experience. Hey, another operative. Ideology boost missions. Let's get Poland well and truly collaborative. Munich conference, remember the Dutch, yes, thank you. Talks have been held in Munich between the leaders of Germany, Britain, France and Italy to discuss the future of Czechoslovakia. Both British and French have accepted our claims to the Sudetenland as legitimate, and their previous efforts of support for the Czechs have been rescinded. Recognising the hopelessness of their situation, the Czechs have surrendered the Sudeten territories to us. The repressed German inhabitants will long at last be brought into the Vaterland. So we've got Sudetenland, becomes core, war support, and stability goes up. Well, we've got Sudetenland. Might as well go for the rest. The Hungarians were one of the people that suffered worst after the Great War. In the slaughter of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, many Hungarians were stranded on foreign soil, though their ancestors lived there for ages. We could greatly improve our relations with Hungary by awarding them some territories from Czechoslovakia. Still haven't formed a new government. Come on, Holland. Munich Agreement. German demands for Sudeten territory in Czechoslovakia, which is home to a considerable German minority, have intensified. At a summit held in Munich, Germany, Britain, France and Italy sought to find a diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudetenland crisis. Czechoslovakia was not invited to attend. Do I need to put these tanks? I don't think so. Right, these are still 37s. Yeah, we need to do more of these. Can invite to the faction. Hungary! Welcome! Joins before Italy. How's Romania looking? War tension needs to be higher. Which it will. It'll rise. And dockyards are done. Shoot. I wasn't actually quite ready for that. You know what? Just get me convoys for the time being. I'll switch that out again later. No. Trade? Trade? We only have one thing to do with trade. And that is, we sink it. Build me some cool science linkies. Go! Medium tank chassis. So that's all of the upgrades we can get on the medium tanks. Yes. So now I need to get the sonar upgrades, then we can start thinking about our destroyer refits. And we can start thinking about our tanks. So these are going to be the medium tanks. I don't think we need anti-heart attack. Two support guns are kind of pricey. Autocannons, however, are not. So, gasoline engine. I don't know if these early tanks necessarily need any of these special doohickeys. You do want a radio though. Otherwise, you kind of just want to. Something like that. Reliability is a little low, so let's go ahead and add the wet ammunition storage. There we go. And bigger engine, so we can keep up the 10 kilometers per hour. So these are very fast medium tanks, which I think makes sense. Good soft attack, really good breakthrough, really good armor. They're kind of pricey, but we're Germany. How much are the... Okay, so these are actually only twice the cost of the current light tanks. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Okay, you need a name. This is going to be the... Hooglands. Why is that name familiar? Been a patron since 2017. You have a different name. I think you're actually my longest standing patron. Yeah, you are. Shows you how long since I looked at Patreon. Ah, who is that? Is that Isdar? I want to say that's Isdar. You know what, I may actually have a way of finding out. Where would this be? This would be in my documents, and then YouTube. Huzzah! No, it's not documents, it's pictures. Then I should have my credits here. Okay, my credits is in order of... Is it Kage? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I think it's Kage. Okay, Kage no Ryu. These are going to be the medium tanks. That is a horrible looking tank. And this is actually very similar, I want to say, to the British Matilda. I can imagine it would look a bit more like that. So we want to build some Kajes. We want to be stealing a lot of your production instead. We'll keep a little bit of a line here so that we can do armored recon. But we want to get some more of those tanks out. Thusquoth the Innkeeper coming in with a 57-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Afternoon, Mordred. Congrats on the new job. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's say Hungary wasn't aligned to the Axis to begin with. Would it be viable or that beneficial to puppet annex them, or is it more practical to have them as an AI ally? Well, they're an AI ally at the moment, but once I've got Romania in the faction, then I can puppet them both with this focus. So I do need to get Romania in. And they're willing to join, we just need the world tension to be higher. Which it will be, because we're demanding territory from people, and also Japan's fighting China. So from now, world tension should rise pretty quickly. Regional Defense Council of Aragon has capitulated after a long and grueling civil war. The nationalists, united under Francisco Franco, have finally defeated the Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. Did you finish? Yes. And the volunteers returned home. From Germany, but not from Italy yet. Let's have you guys join them. That's annoying. I want you guys home! Let's get Witzben out of Italy. And Mödel as well. Really doesn't require a commander. I mean, what I could actually do is just delete these divisions. That's what I will do. And I'll go ahead and train another Gebirgs division. In fact, I might even just see how many of those I can train total. And then let's make you new Alpine unit. Schnelle Division should go into there. Infantry division should just, you know what, join the Mountaineers. That's fine. Partisans, let's get the passive defense. And then at that point I think we're more or less done. Synthetic security. Gain over 30 units of rubber from artificial sources, synthetic refineries. I just got an achievement. Like an in-game achievement, not a Steam achievement. I think, am I correct in saying this? That I have 0 achievements on Steam. Yep, none. 2,751 hours of Hearts of Iron, 0 achievements. I just don't care about them. I prefer actually the in-game ones, because they tie in a bit better. First Vienna Award, done. Beta Czechoslovakia, world tension goes up. Not going to be enough to bring Romania into the fold. Danzig War, however, would. Demand Slovenia would also help. This would reduce the cost of Mefo. That's interesting. The time has come to divide the old Czech lands between those who can govern them properly. We should also consider the creation of a separate Slovak puppet state to the east. This also reduces the cost of Mefo. any of you need training? Cool, cool, cool. Well, one thing we're definitely going to be looking at is changing these guys out for their medium tank counterparts, which is going to cost a lot. We're going to need around 2,000 medium tanks to completely overhaul. That's a few. So we've got to finish this. July 38. We're getting closer to 39. Who have we lost? Oh, we lost Hjalmar. Ow! Okay. War economy. Could probably have done that a while ago. Yeah, because war support needed to be above, I think, 50. I'm not used to playing fascist nations. They are not my usual go-to. And we can do another collaboration, which was probably available a while ago. And then I'm going to have all of you starting to spy on the French. And basically prepare the way to do the same thing. Meanwhile, how much is Mefo costing me? 0.65. Still worth it. Oh wow, we've almost finished all of this. Sweet. Let's do this in a more meaningful order. Namely, to support the areas where we're actually going to be fighting. Synthetics, meanwhile, gaining a lot now. That's good. Radio detection is done. I need to get my industry up to scratch. Actually, we're almost there. And we are also going to need to start thinking about our actual aircraft. Oh wait, is basic 30? I thought basics was... Oh dear. Yep, I messed up. That's okay, because I can probably edit those planes a bit more now. So let's start with the fighters. Let's just give you more broomsticks. 23 to 26. That is, I would say, an acceptable price to pay, considering we're doubling your air attack. Okay, what are these going to be called? These are going to be cool. The Oda Nobunaga's fighters, because obviously they are. Yeah, true. Retreat technology for boats is definitely something I should think about. And we also want the close air support. Bomb box. I actually quite like the way that things fight already. And then naval bombers, but I don't think I'm going to bother with those. Alright, we're going to need to really get some of these in construction. Let's get 5 of those, 3 of those, 1 of those, and then we can start thinking about it again after that. We should be beginning to really ramp up military factory construction, so that's good. Speaking of which... Hinterpommern... Probably needs to be ships. Königsberg. Those military factories. Base at Ems. Those will be dockyards. Lower priority though. Okay, that's all of our construction needs for some time. Small bomb doesn't give any ground attack. It does. The way it's laid out is... Bombay. Ground attack 6. Oh no, sorry, that was the bomb locks. Bombay, you can see... I want to point at my screen because it's not obvious. But you see it says, when on close air support, logistic strike, ground attack 8. When on port strike, naval attack 2, naval targeting 4. So it does add ground attack, it's just dependent on the mission, so we can't show it here. Actually, that's not true. So you could do this, and then it would highlight, and then it shows. Right, we're ready to deploy another bunch of infantry. Please do. And the other lot? Not yet. Active sonar. Good. Now we just need to get the depth charges and smoke generators. Just enough time. This is okay. Fourth Internationale, a number of communist delegates from around the world, met in Paris today for a founding conference laying the groundwork for what is to be known as the Fourth Internationale. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. How many internationals will there be? Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon in a public declaration. Istvan Brzezinski has denounced the treaty imposed by the Allied nations. After the Great War, they have escaped the yoke of Versailles. Question of Yugoslavia. We're going to continue squeezing them. Fate of Czechoslovakia. The end of Czechoslovakia is at hand, and our forces are marching into Prague at this very moment. With the surrender of the Czechoslovakian military, we have liberated vast quantities of armament. Their tanks in particular should serve our forces well. Böhmen will be annexed into Germany as a protectorate, but what should become of Slovakia? We can set them up as an autonomous puppet state under Joseph Tiso. So, gain more support, they become a puppet with high compliance. Mefo bill cost goes down. Petition them with Hungary, which costs political power. Or we just take the lot. I mean, we're doing quite a lot with puppet states already. It does cost more political power, but honestly we've not been short on political power. This does not, however, give any collaboration. Let's pop at them. Assert Eastern claims would get us to there. Second Vienna Award gets us the alliances with Italy. I think we need to reassert our Eastern claims. The Great War saw the loss of much German territory in the East with the resurrection of... Hang on, we haven't done anything with the Soviets. Right, we should probably do these. Army innovations. Heinz Guderian and other radical theorists are pushing for daring new doctrines emphasizing... No, hang on, we're still working on Romania. And we are on a timer for that. Just don't know that we're going to get the world tension high enough, quickly enough. We could go for Yugoslavia. Yeah, let's do these. Is there anything else likely to increase world tension? We're Germany, it's kind of our job. Winter War. Bessarabia. There's still a couple of things I could. Anti-Comintern Pact will also do it. Let's start with Reassert Eastern claims, and then we'll do the army innovation stuff. The Great War. Yeah, that one. Fate of Czechoslovakia. German troops have crossed into Bohemia and Moravia ostensibly to restore order to the regions in the wake of the collapsing Czechoslovakian government. In Prague, the occupying forces announced the creation of an autonomous protectorate within the German Reich. With German support, Slovakia has been declared independent under the leadership of Joseph Tiso. Why is this not going ahead? Oh, for Pete's sake. Ah! How low did it fall? Shit. That's really annoying. That's going to set me back. Should have left someone there just boosting it. Okay. That's me not knowing again how fascists work. I always play allies. Right. Aeroplanes. They're being built. Let's build more. Because we're kind of behind in the aircraft production side of things. How's Sweden doing? Sweden is neutral. It's Sweden. Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies in an attempt to strengthen ties with the German Reich. Sweet. And that also gives me a bunch of political power, which can be used to do stuff. Bring Dernitz in. Get some naval experience. Okay, we'll do both. I'll do both. And we got another technology. It is October 38, so we're getting very close to 39, where there's going to be a sudden wave of technologies that we need to get. So let's grab this one before I forget. Smoke generators. You're going to get refunded, aren't you? That's really irritating. Oh, console command. This is me not knowing mechanics rather than screwing up. So, for console. I wonder if there's a way of getting spy network. What's it called? Spy? What's it called? Infiltration? Intel network. Is there a way to get Intel network? No. That's really annoying, because that loses us like a year of collaboration. Like, this is not a small thing. There is a thing called Agencies Instant. Let's see what that does. Instant. Oh, it only needs to be 25. Hold on. We might maybe make that. Maybe. We have 3 people doing it. Is there a thing that increases the speed of that? I feel like there is. Should probably get here as well. Anyway, technology. This was gonna be... we didn't decide yet. Those are 38, which I don't have yet. Oops. Better get started then. It's not going fast enough. 0.4 a day. Yeah! Reasserting Eastern claims. Done. Which gets us to 32%. Army innovations. Heinz Guderian and other radical theorists are pushing for daring new doctrines and emphasizing communication, identification of Schwerpunkte and local concentrations of combined armed forces, giving them free reins to help they avoid the meat grinder horrors of the Great War. And we have more factories. Let's get some more close air support. Memo Lithuania folds. The Lithuanian government has agreed to our demands. Memo will be incorporated into East Prussia. Good. German Reich claims Memo. Has it been refunded yet? got psychological warfare. Interrogation techniques makes it much more likely we'll capture enemy agents. And there it is, in progress. Okay, it didn't cancel. Heck yeah. Cool. So we lost like 2 months instead of a year. I'll take that. It takes 86 days, we'll have that done. From what I've heard from other YouTubers who know way better than I do, you usually want to have about 2 levels of collaboration in government. 3 is overkill. Representatives from Turkey have visited our country and met with many of our politicians in the hopes of garnering endorsements for their investment scheme. The government of Turkey would like for us to use our resources to better their own industrial capabilities and output. Turkish officials have inferred that by assisting their nation, we'll be able to expect the aid of our own in the future in the form of a military alliance. Yes, I will assist you, Turkey. I will also boost relations with the Dutch. Rubber processing. Now it's December, now we're going to wait until January. We're going to have like 3 research slots available pretty much immediately. Bulgaria seeks Balkan claims warranted. A delegation from Bulgaria has approached our government asking for German support for their claims in the Balkans, seeking to secretly negotiate and secure Bulgarian territorial expansion in the region in the near future, in exchange for a Bulgarian alignment to the German Reich and the country's entry into the Axis. Yes. I'm guessing this is going to be... this is the historical path. How's the new job? I don't start it until August. This is all basically preparation for August. I'm guessing that we're recognizing the Bulgarian claims as historical. Do we know? Anyone? It doesn't look like anyone knows. So I'm just going to do this because I think this moves them into our sphere of influence. GLMG, thank you very much for the follow. Bit of a weird introduction. Alright, so what are we going to do? We're going to wait. Because it's not January yet. Soon. You guys are ready. And deploy. I don't think I've ever started a Ahoy game with this many divisions ready to go. Feels weird. And the Mountaineers, also good to go. And we can get more Mountaineers, which I like the idea of. We have lots of guns. The area that we could still do with more of is now, I'd say, medium tanks. So let's go and double down on that. And ships. 21 days, and then that's done. So you know what? You can do convoys for 21 days. I think I can live with this. Interrogation techniques finished. And let's finish off passive defense now that we should be able to catch those pesky allied spies. Smoke detectors. And more importantly, January. So 1939. Oh, shoot. I wasn't ready for that. That's 1940. We could get the artillery. Okay, 39's not actually as big a year as I thought. Artillery we can definitely get. And I guess we need to start researching that now. Did these two in the wrong order, clearly. And we have enough political power for the next thing. 1940 is new ships, 1940 is new planes, so that's irrelevant. None of these guys really jump out as super important. You know who is? 200 political power for Dönitz. Let's wait for you. Depth charge, and that's the other boat upgrade. So our destroyers are now ready for the full refit. Oh, we can do the oil stuff. That's 39. Let's do oil gain from refineries. How are we actually doing for rubber? Oh, we have loads. And we're building a bunch of military factories at the moment. Good stuff. Yeah, our industry is still kicking ass and taking names. Okay, one more passive defense, then I think we're done with the spy agency for the time being. You're done in 40 days. Good stuff. You're up to 20. You need to get up to, I think, 50. Start the next level of collaboration. And there it is. Let's go and bring in Dönitz. There's Army Innovations. Treaty with the USSR. We can pursue a new research treaty with the Soviet Union in order to develop, chiefly, better tanks. If they agree, we can reopen the tank school we closed down in Kama in 1933. Soviet cooperation will, of course, mean they too will benefit from the innovations being made. When does that finish? 70 days, and it gives 2 times armor technology. So we may even want to try to go ahead of time for the 1940 medium tanks, maybe even the 1940 heavies. Then we can be in position to get the 43s really early. Production is power. Build a certain number of new civilian or military factories. That was another achievement. Okay, so that was the last of the agencies. I think I'm done here. We may want to get cryptology, but I'm not going to bother with... I'm not going to worry about that until people start using it against me. Non-aggression with Bulgaria, I can definitely agree to this. Going down! Wrong way! Speaking of going the wrong way... Good. So we now have 2 levels of collaboration in Poland. So let's start hitting France. Gives 75% compliance. Ooh. Collaboration governments are very powerful, as it turns out. Right, you were just finished. 39. That finishes in 39 days, but we can immediately go on to that. Okay, we are now focused on those tanks. Let's get more planes. In fact, I think I might even do this. Because we're going to need a lot of aircraft to take down the RAF. The RAF of the RAF. 5 full divisions of infantry. Good grief. I think it's probably time that we start assigning generals. Bavarian's definitely taking the lead on that. I wonder if long-term Wilhelm List is going to be better than Gunther von Kluge, because Kluge doesn't really do anything really special. Mödel could be good too, to be fair. He's more offensively minded. I don't have anything else in mind for Mödel. I'm going to promote List. We're going to use Mödel here. And then in terms of infantry commanders, these are going to be the infantry experts, so that's Witzeben, Laskowitz, Schultz, Enrique. We could do Munstein just so we get some experience. I mean, likewise with Dietrich. And then the special forces, I think, is... Actually, Munstein would be a pretty good special forces commander. Yes, he would. Let's do that. Alright, and now we need to start thinking about where we want these guys to be. Witzeben going to be in Poland. So these are kind of in order of how good the commanders are. Who's the most defensive? Not you. Kesselring. Alright, so you're on the Dutch front, so you can be orange. Let's make you a darker orange, because that's otherwise the orange we use for garrisons. You're on the French border, so you can be blue. You're on the... Where are you? Green. Is that you? You can be yellow. Laskowitz is over there. That can be Prussian. Blue. I don't actually know what Prussian blue is, but that'll do. And then you're the actual elite, so you can stay purple. Even though that is definitely not purple. How are those colours even remotely similar? And then the tanks. Yeah. First things first. Schneller Division. You need to be changed into Panzer Division. Get it done. Not that any of these plans are, you know, being made or anything like that. No, 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 no. This is just a what-if scenario. You know, just in case they come after us. It's purely defensive. Purely defensive. All hypothetical. Exactly. We also need to assign aircraft. How do I want to do this? Doesn't say anywhere on here what they're assigned to. Who are you? Cass. What are you? Fighters. What are you? Alright, probably redo that again in the future. I haven't played many games since the air overhaul. Okay, artillery upgrades coming in. Let's bring in AT upgrades for bigger tank guns. Any of you guys actually have promotions I want to bring in now? Yes, you have aggressive assaulter. I would love for you to have that. Because you're a brilliant strategist with defensive doctrine, because reasons. You. No. You. No. You. No. You. Cool. %. 50%, prepare collaboration government. We'll keep one person there. Who's this? Romania! Heck yeah! What changed? Did you flip fascist? You flip fascist. Okay, brilliant. That's really, really good. Castles in the air. Design a plane with a certain air defense value and deploy at least a full air wing with them. 100 planes. Well, we may as well integrate the war economies in that case, because we are about to get a lot of military factories. It's 8 military factories. The nations in our sphere of influence have grown to extreme economic dependencies on us. We could use this to increase our control over their economies and our influence on their foreign policy. Speaking of foreign policy... The Soviets accept the German-Soviet treaty. Good. Our negotiations with the Soviet Union have been successful. An agreement has been reached where our nations will aid each other in the development of new armoured units, with a possible extension to other research areas in the future. technically bigger guns. And that also technically means our border extends to this. Huzzah! So I'm hoping you have enough troops to cover that. I mean, you have got some more coming in. Actually, quite soon. Grandmisa Funk coming in with a 53-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Glad to see you in the Hearts of Iron world. Glad to be there. Go one more just to stay ahead. Meanwhile, what's the Netherlands doing? Unknown focus. Have you done Gateway to Europe yet? Rather, form new government. Nope. They do that so late, and it's infuriating. King Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats demanding that they submit to complete military occupation. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania will now be ruled in a personal union under King Vittorio Emmanuel III. Italy looks to the Balkans. You know what, while we're talking about focuses, I do like that integrate war economies focus. Let's just make a note of that. So we've got integrate war economy. If in same faction with Hungary / Romania, both parties gain lots of factories, and the miner becomes a puppet. Is there anything else that we've gone through on the focus tree here that I thought was, you know, that's kind of smart? All the claims, but that's just fairly standard. Innovations to Ribbentrop, that's fairly standard. Just like the breadth of choice in the Germany tree, it's good. How was my Easter weekend going? So far so good. Went to see the new D&D film yesterday. Double thumbs up, by the way. It was very good. I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but it's worth seeing. I have a fourth... Oh, right, because we have 2 puppets now. Heck yeah. Blueprint. Sabotage. None of these are really what I want. They do change over time, so I'm just going to leave that slot open for now. Okay. Improved oil processing, that was over here. Keep on going. How often do those reset? We have 600 tanks. That means that we can now upgrade one of these to medium tanks. And I think I can also, at this point, change out the motorized recon to armored recon. No, you know what? Let's leave you as motorized. And instead bring in signal companies. Yeah. And these guys can deploy. Just deploy them in the same place, didn't I? No, I didn't. That's fine. New unit, train. New unit, train. And I don't feel like I'm in a position really to get more units going. We are really short on support equipment. Let's go ahead and do something like this, just to bring our numbers up. And right, we want to design a new destroyer. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to move the depth charge here. I'm going to drop you to a level 1. We're going to increase you to a level 2. We're going to bring in tier 2 sonar. Remove you. I'm going to leave you as tier 2. So these are purely escort ships. And these are going to be called the Katy Cat. Save. Oh, wow. That's a lot of ships. Oh, damn. Over here where it's rather safer. Still no reset. I wonder if it's a monthly reset. Railway guns. Yes, that's true. Probably should look at that. Not a bad idea. Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. Italy and Germany have expressed many conflicting interests, particularly in Austria and the Balkans. This has not, however, prevented the countries' foreign policies growing ever friendlier towards each other. Our nations share many shared interests, so yes. I'm not, however, going to join your war against Ethiopia. We could get the Reichskommissariat, but we're not ready to do that just yet. I think it's time for Molotov-Ribbentrop and then Danzig War. I think we'll be like a month late. Maybe 2 months late. A treaty of friendship and non-aggression with the USSR might turn the stomach, but it will allow their precious oil to keep flowing into Germany. The secret addendum will divide the territories of Romania, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and Finland into German and Soviet spheres of influence. Kingdom of Romania accepts economic integration. The Romanian government informs us that they accept our proposal for the integration of our war economies. They eagerly await our guidance that they may model their military on our template of success. We gain 4 factories, they gain 4 factories. Hungary, we gain 4 factories, they gain 4 factories. So out of all of that, I just gained 8 factories for 1 purpose. That is efficiency. And we're going to make 1 more of those, then we're going to switch those to making kitty cats. And I would like you to use... what's that? Mecklenburg. $1,500 hours, never read any of the text. Oh. As a soon-to-be content designer, the guy who's literally going to be writing those texts, I'm hurt! Germany-Hungary wants to help our efforts in the war. Oh, I joined the Ethiopian war. Well, wiggle. That was unintended. Keep doubling down on the old fighters. Need to keep a little bit of an eye on our rubber supplies though. Research complete. Anti-tank upgrade. Cool. PAA upgrade. Gotta get somebody new. We've just had a month tick over. So how often is this refreshed? 4. Operative refresh. I have no idea. Doesn't look like there is a way of refreshing. Which is weird, because the choices we have there, I'm fairly sure, are different. Well, may as well get it now. Oh, we have some new ones. Commando Linguist is a good one. Strength and resistance efficiency is a good one. So I think we're going to go for Francesco de Martini. And maybe have you start working on Belgium. For no particular reason. It's fine. How is the weather in Sweden? It's actually really nice at the moment. It's like bright blue sky. I think, yeah, all the snow looks to have gone. I feel like we might actually be getting spring here soon. Second week of April and we're finally getting spring. Just double checking to see what the temperature is. I'm not actually sure. Temperature outside right now is a balmy 9 degrees, which is definitely the warmest it's been all year. How's that going to change over the week? 9, 9, 8, 9, 8, 9. Yep. Oh, I must admit I am looking forward to spring. I never really had a problem in England with like continual darkness. I mean, I used to work at night and then sleep during the day. But it has been a long frickin' winter. It's not so much I miss the light, it's more that I want to go out and do stuff. I like walking, I like hiking, I like that type of thing, and that's a bit hard to do when there's snow everywhere. I think it's probably time that we got aircraft designers. So, agility and max speed for fighters, ground attack and reliability. Reliability, range, naval attack. I think I'm going to go for... Agility and max speed is really strong. I do like my ground attack, but I think the agility max speed combo is just too good. I'm going to go Messerschmitt. There is no bad weather, there's only bad clothes. Don't say that, Mordred. We have something called April Verde. It can turn in a second. Oh, goody. I've already seen it happen a few times. The last time I said, oh, spring is finally here, the next day it snowed. So, you know, I've been wrong before. So Molotov-Ribbentrop, and then Danzig War. And then we need to save up 300 political power so we can go extensive conscription at the same time as total mobilization. That is still going to drop my manpower by 0.5%, so we're going to actually have to get up to service by requirement for that to really make sense. However, most of our construction is actually done. So now I'm actually going to build in Brandenburg, Sachsen, Thuringen and Franken. Not Sachsen, Hanover. These 4 last. So let's just build a whole bunch of military factories in all of these locations just to get them smashed out. Oh, we missed one. Let's get you finished as well. And we're getting more dockyards too. Don't think I need many of those. I think I'd actually rather double down on the old porcelain slinky. Do this. Make sure that's done. There's Molotov-Ribbentrop. And now... Danzig war. Danzig was German. Danzig has remained German, and Danzig shall be German from now on. If Poland does not cede the territory, we must prepare the German people for the inevitable war. Danzig and the surrounding lands will return to Germany. Moscow signs the pact. The Soviet Union has wisely agreed to sign a non-aggression pact. This means we're free to act without the risk of Soviet intervention. Unfortunately, some of our friends now question Germany's commitment towards the ultimate destruction of communism. When matters with Poland and France have been settled, we may need to revisit this treaty. But that is a discussion for another time. Diplomats from Germany and the Soviet Union concluded what observers are describing as a historic agreement today with the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Named after the German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and his Soviet counterpart, Vyacheslav Molotov, this non-aggression pact stipulates that neither side will ally itself nor aid the enemy of the other. Foreign diplomats warn that this treaty effectively gives Germany a free hand to wage war in Europe without having to fear Soviet intervention. A toast to our new foreign friends. Collaboration government completed. Well, how about we do another one then? Last one was a bit of fun. Wait, Zimmerman? Huh. So we do that, and then hopefully we can get one in Belgium as well. And then after that, Denmark and Norway. Things are definitely going to have to start ramping up. It is 39, so we should get concentrated industry to get even more factories, because you know what we don't have enough of? Factories! We're ahead and upgrade. And those are all 39 tax. We were talking about getting the rail artillery. Which is this, right? Yes. There's only one tier. There are more than that. Low manpower. Oh, you sweet summer child. You don't know the meaning of low manpower. It certainly isn't 260,000. Factories are again done. We have loads of rubber, so let's keep getting some more fighters. Speaking of which, we should probably go and deploy some. Fact. As neat as this is, I don't really like it. Let's go ahead and assign tactical bombers like that. And we also have the fighters, which we're going to assign 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close air support's going to go with you. Naval, I guess we're going to go into the North Sea, just in case. Then transport for the time being. I guess air supply. And we're going to make this one go exclusively at night, so that they don't get shot down. So you can supply anyone that needs it, so we have less supply issues when we're invading Poland. The fall of Nanjing, the capital of the Republic of China, Nanjing, has been occupied by the forces of the Empire of Japan. Despite fierce resistance from the walled city's Chinese defenders, Japanese troops managed to capture Zhongshan Gate and fought their way into the city. get the ship designer. Armor and hit point. Or surface visibility and speed. I mean, we're going for a aggressive submarine tactics. Speaking of aggressive submarine tactics. Oh, blast. Oh, most of you are actually trained. Shaanxi has capitulated, so we are going to need to start dividing these guys up into units. Because it's going to start to matter soon. And after this point, we don't really care about training standards. I'm just going to make these all the same icon. Because I'm pedantic, except for you, because you tell me what type of fleet this is, which is that one. This is that one. Turn those into kitty cats. Get those done. You're in the right place already. You should be with them. And then any ship that is being built should actually be joining this. Because then you'll automatically join that, you'll be automatically in the right area, and you will have automatic split on, so you'll be training even if people get damaged. You should all be in here, which is safe. Safe-ish, anyway. I love your naval organizing OCD, speaks to my everything OCD. Is this naval Germany? No. It's just normal old historical Germany. Except for the fact that I haven't checked up on the Dutch in a while. $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10. Now another investment. Fine. Bulgaria accepts the donation. You're welcome. 7, 6, 5. 4. Whoops. Technology. That was an industrial tech. Oh, shoot. That's almost 2 years too late. Whoops. Now, where were we? 1! Poland refuses the ultimatum. don't have any lines. That's a big whoops on my part.
Bereit. Angetreten.
Considering the demands, it seemed inevitable Poland would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. Ignacy Mozycki pointed to the German Reich's recent actions when stating it was obvious Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war, and reports are already coming in of clashes on the border. Once again, there is war in Europe. You know what? I'm actually going to stop those attacks. Because you... I want a staff office plan. And you, I want a staff office plan. Poland refuses to cede Danzig, despite our attempts to allow Poland to hand over Danzig peacefully. Even vowing to give up our claims in the other German territories in exchange, we have met with refusal. As expected, the world gives nothing to us that we do not seize by force. Except for Sudetenland. And Austria. And Czech Republic. And Slovakia. And Hungary. And Romania. And Memel. And the Rhineland. Is there anything else? Oh, Germany. Okay. I think we're now ready. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. You need to have another field marshal, which is going to be Wilhelm List. Now you should overcome your inability to command at low levels. Do you have any other infantry guys? I mean, we have got the Ritter von Lieb, who's old guard, but he's also an infantry leader, so you know what, we're going to take it. And you guys are mountaineers, you're fully trained, good stuff, you can join them. And you are the epitome of defense, so defend more. Your job. Your job. Right now. Don't worry about those just yet. I don't want you sailing anywhere. Is to guard my coasts. Because that is a job that we are going to need to do. In fact, I think that's going to be a field marshal job. Is it? No, no. If I need more troops to do this later, then we can turn it into a field marshal job. But at the moment, because we're in a position to have just lots and lots of different divisions, I think this is going to be fine. So we could do around Maginot, but I don't think I'm ready for that just yet. Let's get that extra research slot. Our industrial expansion and other recent advances might allow us to conduct more R&D in parallel. Sounds good. Collaboration's going to be ready on the 2nd of February. You've just hit high enough with Belgium. So let's go ahead and prepare a collaboration government in Belgium. With you two. Aeroplanes should be flying. Boats should be boating. Let's just make sure we keep the English kind of out of this area. Not a huge amount we can do aggressively at this point. German Reich has called Italy as our ally. Poland has called in the United Kingdom and all of their minions. That is a lot of green. Poland join the Allies. Gets us around. There goes Danzig. Land acquisition. Through land battles, gain and hold a certain number of additional provinces within a 48-hour window. Silver tier. Three dockyards. Well, that's nice. Isn't that nice? More submarines! And military factories as well. Okay, so legit, what are we short on? Attack bombers. We could probably deploy some more close air support. Let's do that. We are going to need more aluminium, however. Also, we probably have a bunch of... yeah, spare planes. Let's go and create some new wings. You. Who's in that? It's going to be you, isn't it? And then we also have close air support. Tank stopped. Guys. You stopped. There you go. Much better. So we've got extra research slot. Then I think we should probably prepare for Belgium. Although that collaboration government's not going to come in for quite a long time. Yeah, it's still in preparation. It hasn't even started yet. So I'm not sure that we'll be able to get that one off. Guys pushing south, that's good. We've stalled a little bit over here. Where's this light though? Walked. Let's redraw that. With over from Krakow? It's not really mountainous. Let's do that instead, and then that. Are we going to make them capitulate before the Russians join? I wonder. What am I still short on? Still short on support equipment. Short on trains. Ho ho. Or should I say, choo choo. And support equipment, which I guess we're going to go up to 20 factories on now. Requiring even more stuff. Actually red in there. What ship's still training? The Scharnhorst and the Nizau, plus some of the Katy Cats. Ah! Let's see. I don't actually want you automatically reinforcing, because I don't actually want the Katy Cats in that fleet. Katy Cat should be in this one. Those were the ships we refitted. They weren't Katy Cats before. And in fact, I want you mining the living daylights out of this. Ah! I forgot admirals! So Dönitz is definitely in charge of the subs. The raiders... Unfortunately, both of our actual raiders are old guard. They're identical. Marshall and Salvachter. Salvachter is already a submarine specialist. He's a theorist. That's not a skill that levels up. That one is. So we definitely want to use Raider for something, although we're probably going to go with Dönitz's thing. Lutyens is also really good, but I think Lutyens is going to be the... yeah, you're going to be the destroyer commander once we get that done. So let's separate these two out. That's not what I meant. That is... So this is going to be Lutyens. Your icon's going to be that. It's going to be green. Which again comes down to you, which I think is going to be Raider, although Bohm is also really good. Never mind, you're not. You know what, Bohm would be better on the destroyers, and then Lutyens, I guess, in charge of the surface raiders. You just have that annoying enemy retreat chance. Your positioning is also absolutely terrible. Hilariously, Raider might actually be good on deep sea raiders because there's no planes out there. They don't usually send out the big strike fleets. Although they can, that retreat decision chance minus 25% is then a problem. Could also use one of these two. The enemy retreat chance is just too annoying. Well, I mean, there are two different classes here that we're talking about. We want the Deutschland class, because these are the Panzerschiffs with their ridiculous max range. What's the range in these guys? 3,000, 3,000, what about the little guy? 2,005. So I think the Deutschland classes do need to be in a category of their own. And I think that these are going to be led by Salvachter or Marshall. Gonna go with Marshall because he doesn't actually have a role yet. And then we go back to the main fleet. I mean, a higher chance of the enemy retreating is a good thing. Your naval AA and retreat decision chance just basically rules Raider out. He's too dangerous for the German fleet. What we can also do is have you on convoy escort here. Good luck. We'll need it. Shoot. That's very annoying. Who is it that's free? You. So he's basically in 2 different mission preparations now. Meanwhile, Poland. Spread the tanks out a little. Starting to suffer a little bit from low supply here. But I think we'll push into Warsaw pretty quickly now. There they go. Poland capitulated. Poland's announced the total surrender to the German Reich. The German forces, along with a number of independent Polish fascist supporters, have joined Ignacy Mościcki and his government into exile. Have forced Mościcki and his government into exile as a new government has been established to rule Poland in cooperation with the German Reich. And that is true because we have got a high level of collaboration here. Now, the next thing we need to do is set up our units which are actually... We have an Alchemy unit somewhere. Patrolling. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate you. Let's do that again. Duplicate. I'm going to have to remove those. You know what, that's too expensive. Don't duplicate. It's going to cost me 20 whichever way I do it, actually. Well, we can bring in the military police, which does make that a little bit cheaper. We call this the police, and we give them the gal. Save. And we make sure that they are in the occupations. Martial law is going to be the default, however in these locations it can honestly probably be local police. Sweet. Now I just need arms and armor for those troops, which we're going to get. German forces advancing in Poland have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Yeah, we have. Alright, tanks. Where are all the fish? Gonna be needed here.
Bereit. Achtung!
And you guys.
Achtung! Bereit.
I'm not actually planning to attack them. This is just so that we can get planning preparation, because I screwed up with that last time.
Befehle.
It's you. Prep to there. And then we have
Angetreten.
mountain units as well. Line up in Switzerland, just in case the Swiss do anything silly. Meanwhile, factories, we gained 1 more. Do we have any shortages? Tactical bombers, but we're going to be phasing the tactical bombers out basically over time and replacing them with close air support. Still short on trains, but that's something I can live with. We have a lot of medium tanks. We could do another series of tank upgrades. Just keep going with the aircraft. Let's see. Let's get rid of... Oh, where's that one Alpine?
Befehle.
These guys.
Angetreten.
You all need to be Gebirgs Brigade. Brigade. Which means you can get rid of him. Bigger. So they had engineers. Yeah, should probably have kept theirs and switched the German ones, but never mind. Guessing you're just a light infantry unit. Somewhat light infantry unit. What was I doing again? Tanks. Slight shortage, but we can afford it. And we can probably also afford to get some more motorized infantry, but I'm still trying to get Panzer Commander, so I'm not going to do that just yet. What are you doing on that? 92%. Okay, we've almost got it. Then we can start increasing the amount of other things. Right, let's go and take a look at the tactical bombers. And I'm going to go ahead and just delete one or two of these. To reinforce the other aircraft with them. And then instead, we don't have many close air support. We do have quite a few fighters, however. So let's go ahead and double down on that. Although they are very, very old. Air superiority. Missions. Assisting them. What are these? Fighters too. Which one of the fighter groups? And these two are close air support. Should be in the close air support groups. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Maybe use the tactical bombers. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's ground these. Just leave them here in Berlin. I mean, I could even use these as anti-ship. Potentially. Maybe I should put a factory or two on tactical. They're actually way better at strat bombing than ground attack. The other thing I want to do is for you guys, you can motorize fully. You can motorize partially. Fully? Fully. Naval invasions. I heard that. We need 20 units to defend all of that, so I think what I might do is start training another 24. That actually puts me out of manpower. For the sherries, you can keep them for now. So, extra research slot, 70 days. Then we need to go and do Besserubung or around Maginot. Or both. Both? Both is good. I like both. Let's do both. Let's have you prepare for Denmark.
Angetreten.
Send 10 divisions at a time. And yes, I know how naval invasions work. You have to attack multiple tiles. That one was wrong. Go there. In fact, you know what? Let's just select your whole unit and just deselect you all for now. Because I want you all here on Kiel. And then we're going to go 1, 2, here, 1, 2, here, 1, 2, here. 1, 2, here, 1, 2, here, and if my math is correct, that's 10. It is. And then the Dutch. Man, the British caught me up. Ah! And now I need to save up for extensive conscription. actually catching ships up there, which is good. Do the infantry units guarding the coast need to be full-fledged divisions? No, I'm also partially putting them there because I don't have anywhere better to put them. How confident are you of attacking this? I'm surprised. Oh, Luxembourg. Yes, Luxembourg's a thing, isn't it? Let's do that. It's actually named the assaults. I didn't even know that was possible. Ah, nice. Italy sends military support. The Italians want to support us in our war efforts and have sent some equipment. It's a rather small shipment, but any aid is accepted. Thank you, Italy. UK dominates the Dutch trade. Ish. Partitioning of Poland. Poland is ours, but the eastern parts fall under the Soviet sphere of influence, according to the stipulations of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Should we withdraw our forces? Yes. And give them what we told them that we would give them. USSR occupies eastern Poland. Soviet troops have occupied eastern Poland, officially for the purpose of protecting Belarusian and Ukrainian minorities from chaos that followed the collapse of the Polish government. German forces have withdrawn from these areas in good order, resulting in Poland's effective partitioning between the two powers. And yeah, we're catching convoys. Or the Atlantic hasn't really happened yet, because you really need the fall of France to do that, so you have the range from the ports in Brittany. But we'll get there. We are building a lot of military factories now. Have 116. Slightly fewer. Man, I really need aluminium. Alright, I'll start buying it. Oh, hi Hungary. Only 5 factories? Bargain. Oh, hang on. Let's build those. Let's do those. Get them done first, because we are actually kind of low on resources. How is the infiltration of France going? February, so we're still a month away for the first collaboration. Okay, I think what I want to do is bring my tacticals in over here, because they are clearly bringing in quite a few ships into the eastern North Sea, which is my sea. Can't have it. Am I still short on this? No, we have a huge train shortage. Because they're being relentlessly bombed, apparently. Let's keep doing this. Lost 2 destroyers, 5 submarines, 6 naval bombers. Which... What destroyers did we lose? What training there? I thought it was going to be some of these, but they've not been touched. Oh, it was these. Right. Yeah, avoid combat like the plague. In fact, if you're getting experience, then you may as well use that experience. Go on, Raider, you have your chance. Right, we have factories. What are we short on? Nothing really. Let's get some tactical bombers. Put 5 factories on that. They still serve a purpose, and purposefully serve. Double this on Belgium to make sure that we have enough for the collaboration government. Although I have a feeling that Belgium's going to fall before we get that finished. Research is almost done. There it is. Alright, I think then let's do Reasserting before we do around Maginot. That will give the Belgian side a little bit of time. And also the French side. Norway is a critical strategic point and would be an obvious point of attack for any enemy wanting to disrupt any steel trade with Sweden. We cannot risk our enemies setting up bases in this region. To obtain a good staging area for the invasion of Norway, we need to move on Denmark first. It is 1940. It is 1940. We need planes. Actually bombing. I don't see any enemy aircraft. Though actually one thing we are missing, which is a good point, is recon planes. So let's do basic airframe. Not from that. Let's get rid of the interwars they've brought. Basic medium airframe. With a recon camera, and your main job is simply to take pictures. Production cost 39. How much would it cost if it was a small, with like fuel tanks? Which I haven't actually researched. So no, not yet. We have laid quite a few mines there already. They are once again dominating here. We are trying, but darn it, that's getting expensive. At this rate, the Dutch are just going to go the neutral path. They've got gateway to Europe, so they could do it. The Italians keep on losing convoys here, which is really not smart of the Italians. Alright, Reasserting is doing that. So we're going to need you to support the invasion. We need you guys to continue doing what you're doing. And that is a couple more destroyers to add to the destroyer lines, and a couple more submarines to add to the submarine lines. Let's go ahead and just make you a 20. I'm not going into the training task force. You should be. Eastern North Sea is definitely pretty heavily contested. 14,000 supremacy. Still injured. I wish I could tell you to go and repair. A British operative captured. We have ways of making you talk. Alright, seriously, where are these guys? Over there. They're actually fighting. No, you're not. BR-57. Cool. So that's the train upgrade. What actually is the cost difference? 105 against 70. Not actually losing trains to bombing. I'll say that you're not. No, just back up. Just leave. Eat, shoots, and leaves. And 5th research. Is this the best use of my time? 1940. 1940. That's the best use of my time, is to get better tanks! Congratulations on the new job. Thank you. Appreciate that. Soviet-German trade agreement. The Soviet ambassador has contacted our diplomats proposing a trade agreement between our countries. According to the proposal, the Soviet Union will send us raw materials such as grain, cotton, oil, metal ores, and rubber. In exchange, the Soviets will receive an incomplete Hipper-class cruiser, plans for other military vessels, heavy naval guns, and samples of German aircraft. This agreement will undoubtedly help us in the war effort against the hostile nations in Europe, allowing us to find the means to evade the British blockade. Yes, I will definitely agree to this. In need of these raw materials. I have not seen that event before. That's a new one. Oh, yeah. War with France bypass is like, huh? It's because you're already at war. Oh, right. I think it's probably time to do a bit of naval rearmament. The Anglo-German Naval Agreement we secured in 1935 allows us to expand our navy greatly. We should spare no effort in doing so. It's a fast focus too. Okay, so we now have a CB against you. And against you. Which means you can attack. And you can attack. You can definitely get jet specters, too. Norway and Denmark join the Allies. Unsurprisingly, you can also get infantry specialist, which I would very much like for you to do. Yes, please. The Soviet Union and the German Reich have signed a commercial agreement between them. With this agreement, the Soviets seek to boost the industrial development and military research, while the Germans look for the import of much-needed raw materials such as grain, oil, and iron ore. Also, you know what, I'm going to make a note of that event, the Soviet trade proposal. Because I think that was a good example of more, what are they called? What's the word? That event was a good example of real life trade goods being translated into in-game trade mechanics. Converted into game resources. Because, you know, it was like the cotton, grain. Thank you, Jack Tank. Appreciate that. Mordred, you're not a paradox anymore. Right, so several of you have probably joined us since we talked about this last. So I am no longer, as of August, so still several months, but I'm leaving the Paradox community team. But I'm not leaving Paradox, don't worry. I'm actually joining the Hearts of Iron development team as a content designer. So I will actually be making Hearts of Iron. That's a big change for me. Like, my background in games is actually design. So I worked on the Prophecy of Pendor mod for Mountain Blade, then joined a startup company with Saxon Dragon, who made Pendor, working on a massively multiplayer sci-fi strategy game. Production on that was fairly slow and didn't pay very much, so then I basically decided, you know what? I play a lot of games. I've seen several people like Quill18 monetizing the fact that they play games. Why don't I start a YouTube channel? So then I started a YouTube channel, and then the apocalypse happened, so I needed to diversify, which is when I started doing Twitch. Then through all of that, started doing some events with Paradox. Did the, for example, influencers versus developer multiplayer games for Hearts of Iron. Did several streams and things for Europa Universalis, Stellaris, Crusader Kings. And in time, Paradox seems to think that they liked me, so then they offered me a position for the Community Ambassador on Europa Universalis 4, which I did for a year. Then they said, hey, Stellaris Community Manager position is open, you want to join that? Yes. Moved over to Sweden, started working as a Community Manager, which I will have done a year next month. And then the job for Content Designer opened up. And as I said previously, my background is game design. So basically coming full circle, and we'll be joining the Hearts of Iron team as a content designer. Cool. You know what I should actually have done? Is I should probably have had the tanks helping out here.
Angetreten.
The infantry can probably do it, because they're not going to get supported. The other thing I do need to do is say you guys on low engagement. Naval engagement support here. You guys do that. I'm not going to go further north. And then we just need to bomb the living daylights out of this area. Which we will.
Achtung.
There we go, fighting the Norwegian fleet. Brought out the big guns. Oh, hang on. There's some big guns still missing, you guys. Oh, no, you shouldn't be training. Oops. Let's have you convoy raid. Yeah. No, let's have you naval invasion support. But again, you should be on low risk. Be ready to run. I don't want to lose those ships, that's for sure. Still losing a few submarines here and there. Nope, fighting the Danish now. As well as the Norwegians. We ran? Oh. Alright, okay, so you guys start a new front. Five of you go that way. Five of you go that way.
Ausrücken. Achtung.
And you guys should be going up to there. Carry on! Well, Denmark is about to fall. Naval invasions have started.
Achtung.
There goes Copenhagen. Aarhus should be soon. There goes Denmark. Alright, so we've got Denmark. It is 1940. We want to get that so I can get recon, so I can start doing some recon against the British. Attack is occurring. Let's bring you guys to here. And in fact, what I should probably do is, you guys have no orders. Move up to here. Iceland takes control of foreign affairs. What's my... Oh, you guys are doing that, right. Supporting the naval invasion still, which is still faltering a little. Unfortunately, a lot of their reinforcements are beginning to arrive, so I think what I want to do is stop you sailing there, and just stop naval invasions coming through here. Oh, we have another success. And in fact, they're weakening themselves by counterattacking me. I'm okay with this. This is fine. This is definitely a little bit more fraught than I'd kind of expected it to be. Turns out the naval invasions are difficult, yo. Oh, more troops are just landing there. As soon as I take a port, the floodgates can open. There we go, the floodgates are about to open. No! This may fail. Okay, next up we have got... You know what, I should send my close air support up there. No, they haven't. Although I do need to send my defences out a little bit more. What am I short on? Trains. Yeah, fine. Make another train. You need to extend your defences to there. Your second line is still in development. Right. Let's get the tacticals. Supporting up there. I'm gonna guess close air support will be out of range. Not necessarily. Let's also get some more fighters built. Okay, that's a problem. No, it's not. Extensive, here we come.
Los, ausrücken! Zeigt es ihnen! Ausrücken!
The naval invasion fail?
Unter Beschuss!
Gosh, they've been beaten up horribly. I think that Norway might actually hold here. I think they will. Just because that cavalry got there in time. How absolutely annoying. Actually, what I really need... Where is it these days? Oh, shoot. I totally forgot to do any of these. Ah! Is that one. I'm going to need to prepare a bigger naval invasion. Which also means I need to train another 4 infantry. To replace the 4 that I'm about to lose here. Huzzah! Civilian factories! Well, that's nice. How are we doing for rubber? Not good. How are we doing for fuel? Not good. Conclusion? More synthetic refineries needed. So, make it happen. Okay, Jackery coming in with a 13-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Thank you. Okay, naval rearmament 1 done. Let's just double down and get the second one. The expansion of our navy should be our first priority. Ish. Assign all available resources to new dockyards and research into light surface ships. Right, I don't have most of these researched yet. Don't have any ship upgrades coming. Airplane. Do that. Meanwhile, how is... Oh, jeez. You haven't caved to the British yet. Actually looks like most of the French troops have pulled back. Collaboration prepared. Good. What are you waiting on? Damn it! Well, this is going to give me potentially time to prepare another collaboration in France. %, collaboration. We're still attacking.
Angetreten. Angetreten.
I think I might try this at Munstein. Or do I have someone that I want to... Let's do some proper preparation for this. I can't make Marines. Oh. Need to research Marines.
Angetreten.
And then I don't know that Munstein necessarily is the Marine guy. Fedor von Bock might actually be good for this. Oh, Hoffmann. No, let's bring Hoffmann in. And have you train as an actual naval invasion specialist.
Angetreten.
Yeah, you already have Invader. Okay, so let's cancel your invasion plans right now. If you come back over here to gain some planning preparation. If you come back over here to gain some planning preparation. Let's have you guys convoy raid out there. And the submarines can come back in here. Because we still can't reach the Atlantic with them. And darn it! You can get Silent Hunter. Still want you to get Superior Tactician for Concealment Expert, but that can still come. In fact, you've got 2 slots still. Let's take a loading drill. Another air doctrine. Still researching that, so I want to wait until we got the next light aircraft types. Oh boy, you guys have been beaten up rather heavily. We got a lot of experience, but we're beaten up pretty heavily. Yeah, the problem there is we don't have the supporting stuff. Words are hard. Turkey wants more investments. Speaking of investments, let's keep working on the Dutch, though. I think that this is a pretty much a lost cause at this point. Right, well, the Dutch have just added themselves to the target list. Because guess what's about to happen? Around Maginot. I can't take Norway, I can take the Dutch. Either way, I get boats. Panay incident. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today, while evacuating Western civilians in the front line in a war against Japan and China. Between Japan and China. Despite being clearly marked as an American vessel, the USS Panay was hit by 2 bombs and sunk, with 3 American and 1 Italian citizen killed and others wounded. In the surprise attack on the HMS Ladybird, 1 British sailor was killed. Both the American and the British governments have issued strong protests, and the incident highlights the increasing tension between the foremost naval powers. Soviet diplomats have presented an ultimatum to the government of Finland demanding border adjustment in the region of Karelia. Despite a significant build-up of Soviet forces on the border, Helsinki have rejected these demands, stating that not a single foot of Finnish soil will be given willingly to the Russian aggressors. International observers fear the Soviet invasion may be imminent. That's another bunch of infantry for you. That's a bunch more submarine construction for you. Actually, you know what? Let's double down on the destroyers, because we are going to need them. June. I can wait for that. Netherlands. There's no way of getting collaboration with you. I could get collaboration with Norway, because that is going to take some preparing. It will fall. It's just going to take some prep work. Improved medium tank chassis. It's tempting. $1943 tanks in a year and a half. So that's probably going to be late 41. I think it's still too early right now, but it's definitely something to consider. In the meantime, no, I still need to upgrade the other things. We are really short on aluminium, so let's buy some more from the Hungarians. Couple more days. No, I think it's probably safe to get here. Range improvements, good. So now we could create the scout aircraft if we wanted to. Let's get the medium air hull too. Resistance. There's a little bit there. I guess we have to go to secret police in Poland though. Silly Poland. Military governor. Yeah, we can do secret police. You guys are fine with civilian. German pressure towards Benelux following the breakout of war with France. Germany has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of Benelux. With the French and the British backing, however, they're refusing to give in to the pressure. There is reason to believe that if the German Reich is unable to get what they want through diplomacy, they will take it by force. Speaking of which, you three should be assigned back to them. And you guys should go back to naval bombing here. We have been embargoed by the US. Interesting. Meanwhile, new focus. Tannenbaum is to go off to Switzerland, which we might want to do. I think some more dockyards are going to be needed, though. This naval side of things isn't quite going as well as I'd kind of hoped. Oops, I did not tell everyone to attack, which has lost me valuable days. Go. Oh, crushed. There go the Soviets against Finland. With the declaration of war on Finland by the Soviet Union, the League of Nations has failed in its attempts to preserve peace. Joseph Stalin openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League. With the other world leaders also questioning the point of the League of Nations, it can't prevent conflicts. The days of the League are de facto over. There goes the Netherlands. Still need to take out... no one. That. And then you need to start guarding my new possessions. There goes Luxembourg. Good news, everyone. Let's have you punch through to Lille and swing south to Paris via Amiens. Eastern Germany is being bombed. Let's go and add some fighters. Let's close that support. That's a fighter. Let's do 2 wings. Oh shoot, you guys didn't have orders to actually take Belgium. Yeah, please take Belgium. Thank you.
Alright.
Orders over.
Achtung. Angetreten. Befehle. Befehle.
Let's put some pressure on Maginot as well.
Angetreten.
Oh, there's Paris. And there goes Paris.
Angetreten.
Hey, Panzer expert, but I'm going to go combined arms so we can get the motorized mechanized defense. Tank defense doesn't really matter that much, they never have much of it. Fall of Paris! While fighting still rages elsewhere in France, reports have come in of German troops entering Paris. The capital was declared an open city by French forces moments before the last units retreated. Several columns of German troops recreated the Prussian victory parade of 1871 by marching down the Champs-Élysées, while the Parisians looked on in stunned silence.
Achtung. Ausrücken. Halt!
And you know what? I have enough medium tanks to make these completely medium tank divisions now. Yeah, I do. And we have Panzer Leader, so I can start increasing the size of the motorized. Do I want to start adding motorized artillery, I wonder? Yes. Yes, I think I do. Don't have enough tanks for that just yet. But I do have enough of this. Pistols companies.
Angetreten. Angetreten. Achtung.
I have no idea what's going on here. There's too many lines. Looks like Paris is about to fall.
Vorwärtsmänner.
To reinforcements. Whatever is happening, it's a mess. In fact, I think I want to add all of the tanks to this line. Yeah, not needed up further north. Ah, computing machine, finally. Now we can get the 1941. And the bigger guns, because that's going to lead to upgrades.
Befehle.
Oh, whoops. A whole bunch of your guys. apparently in the wrong place.
Angetreten. Achtung! Bereit! Bereit! Ausrücken!
Right, hopefully this is a little bit neater. Meanwhile, doctrines, that's another naval doctrine. We have no other naval stuff coming in, so go ahead. And collaboration government was completed. Good. I think it's time for us to hit Norway. Oh man, this is going to be inefficient. Well, you know what the next one's going to be? Hi, Soviet! How's it going? Are actually doing a remarkably good job of holding that. Aha! New aeroplanes. Cool. Although I would like to research heavy machine guns, and I would also... You know what? Let's have engine 3s. And then I'll start working on the new aircraft. Yeah, now Witzebend's getting his act together. I think this will fall relatively quickly. Modal, meanwhile, getting lots of organizer. That's good. Bulgarian, very slowly. Bulgarian's army is nowhere near as big. We're gonna need more troops, I can tell. Finland and the Soviets have made peace. Yes, I will accept a non-aggression with you, Finland. Don't see why not. Antwerp's gonna fall. We really need Ghent to fall. That'll block off the port. And then we can surround and destroy Brussels. Unfortunately, our kerfuffle on the French borders did allow them to dig in a bit more than I would have liked. Short on guns, but that's it. We make those quickly enough. I'm not too concerned. That's a lot of Norwegian units. Interesting. Seems like a bad idea to bring your troops into Belgium, Norway. But sure. There we go, Belgium's fallen. Surround a certain number of enemy divisions in one province. It's got an achievement. Bye bye, Norway. Norway must be very confident that I'm not going to be able to naval invade them. Which seems to me to be a little bit ill-founded, but we shall see. Do need some more guns now. Also, gonna need even more aluminium. We are buying a lot of aluminium. How's the construction coming along? We are almost done with that wave. Still got just the one on the light tanks, that's fine. Although I have 3,000 of them, that's not going to run out anytime soon. Witzeben can now move his troops to join that crew. Triumph in France! There we go. Hitler has announced the cowardly French nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of German forces throughout the country. The French government chose to flee the country and has gone into exile. On the day that we expanded our dockyards. Coincidence? I think not. And now the battle for the Atlantic can really begin. What else do we need? Oh my gosh, not a lot of aircraft. Let's do some more close air support. I feel like we need that to flood in. We'll do Vichy. Although, hang on. Our victory in France is nearly complete. The French government has asked for an armistice, and our diplomats have prepared terms which they have agreed to. They will retain control of southern France, while we are free to occupy the rest. However, I have a pretty big collaboration with France. Free France adds defeatism, recruitable population down, resistance down, legitimacy down. They get the Free France focus tree. Vichy will be established in southern France. French colonial territory, a percentage of French troops will be transferred to Vichy. And they get occupation costs. No, I am going to establish Vichy. We've done most things historical here, so even though it's not necessarily the most efficient, that's what I'm going to go with. Reintegrate Luxembourg and Alsace-Lorraine. That would give me more cores. Is there, however, anything else I should do? Maybe befriend Japan? Although if I never do that, then I never get the Sino... the Japanese German alliance. Sino is Chinese. Which means if Pearl Harbor happens, it doesn't pull me into the war, because I'm not allied to Japan. Am I remembering to put some fluid into my system? I just love this. But thank you for the drink tea, Carnita. I am a lumberjack. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Okay, Jackery. Did I acknowledge that one? Yeah, I think I did. 9999! Huzzah! Sunset. Would lead to that, but doesn't really seem useful. Nah, we're going submarines. Oh, cruiser subs. Heck yeah. Commodore Dönitz advocates a strategy of unrestricted submarine warfare as the best way of bringing Britain to its knees. With enough U-boats, we might be able to starve the British home industries of all the required resources from its far-flung empire. I would say that's a pretty nice idea. Although, okay, what we're going to do from now on is we're just going to stick these in here. And you're just going to go out wherever you're needed, because that's a lot of submarines that have not been used. Death of Rudolf Hess. Get rid of the training task force. Just going to select 10 of these. Let's see how many I've selected anyway. Oh, what a guess! 10. Alright then, Dern, it's time. Tighten the Ring of Death. make sure that you are defending all of the ports. Accept your lend-leases. Wow, that's a lot of factories. What do I need? Artillery, potentially? And more close air support. And I still have sufficient, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch these into armored trains. And I have the fuel tanks, I have the small airframe. So we're going to go... Recon equipment. Tier 2 engine. Extra fuel tanks. And drop tanks, I think. That is a very fast, very agile, long-range recon plane. Which isn't too expensive. Let's see. What do we name this after? This is going to be the Greystroke. Recon plane. Why can't I save that? Requires an armament. Really? For recon? Why is this classified as a fighter? What am I doing wrong? I don't remember recon needing fighter pieces before. Oh, it's only mediums I can be. Damn. I'm researching mediums, aren't I? Yes. Okay, I can wait. And our rubber situation is such that I really don't want to focus more on that. Maybe I should just get more tanks going. That is kind of the backbone of our military. And we are also a little bit short on tungsten, but that's okay. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was change up my infantry divisions to give them some artillery. I was hoping field hospitals. Change you to being armoured recon. Probably even give you armoured recon. We have a lot of light tanks. Oh man, that would use basically all of them. I mean, if we started making them again. Ten more breakthrough. Yeah, the best recon unit is actually the armed car. Which I think is a difference between this and Kaiserreich. It's fine, Russia. This means nothing. It's totally fine. Absolutely nothing meant by this. See, we're even training. These are just exercises, you know, to prepare us and to assist us in the struggle against the Allies. It's fine. Bulgarian government supports IMRO. Earlier today, the Bulgarian leader, Boris III, publicly announced the government will seek to negotiate with Ivan Mianov, one of the most important chiefs of the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. And we got plane stuff, so let's do some plane stuff. Namely, that one, and that one. And then I think we, probably need to start actually manually doing some plane stuff. Because they are going to be relentlessly bombing us. Let's just drop 10 of those there. Question of Yugoslavia. Our patience with them is running thin. We now stand supreme in Europe. France was long the foundation of stability in southeastern Europe, but now the entire area is up for grabs. We can pull all the nations there into our orbit, with no one left to stop us. It's time to tell the Yugoslavians that they have to make a choice. Either they stand with us, or they will be swept away. There was something else I wanted to research. What was it? I mean, I do need those. That's fair. You know what? This probably should be first, especially these. That one. Let's go. Because now the battle for the Atlantic is going in earnest. So it begins. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let me use this airbase to grab some more of these. I think I'm going to need a huge number of them. Transports. Let's have you just halt. And move you to like that. This is where the big air battle's going on. I would say it's relatively even. For the moment. But I do produce a lot of planes. I wonder how many planes they're producing. Can you see that? Yes. No? Yes, 27. 27 factories on aircraft. I have 75. They have 35 dockyards. I have 48. Marines. I did. Thank you. Let's do that once we have the heavy machine guns. Still not getting through these. There was another... Oh, I remember what it was. It was here. Then not you. Surface raiders. Retreat decision chance plus 10. Fleet speed while retreating plus 10. Screening bonus when using only capital ships plus 20. Which means that my 3 Panzerschiff who are out here will actually be able to do stuff. Okay, one of them has been damaged. And one's in repair. In fact, 2 of them are in repair. Fair enough. Oh yeah, North Africa campaign. Need to keep an eye on that. I mean, I could.
Bereit.
I could send Rommel down there. Actually, you know what? Let's also do a training. Let's just retrain our armies. We have a little bit of a lull in the fighting. Am I ahead of schedule? When did France fall? Uh, 25th of June. So, roughly historical, I think. Maybe a month late, but then my focuses were also a month late. The one area where I've not been historical is frickin' Norway. But your time will come, Norway. Your time will come. Yeah, we failed. The naval invasion of Norway was beaten. We tried. We were pushed back. We will try again. Ah, collaboration government, before I forget. We definitely want to start doing this. You and you. Huzzah! Requin coming in with a 61-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Requin. Much appreciate that. 61 months, jeez. And Thy Psycho Seal. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Anyway, I have been going for 4.5 hours now, so I'm going to go and take my hour break, go and grab something to eat. What do I want for dinner? It's a good question. I haven't even considered that. I do have some pizza in the fridge. Does usually take more than an hour to heat though. You know what we'll do? We will start the next stream at 7, and I'll keep going until basically I get tired, so 11 or so. Between 10 and 11. So thanks everyone for watching, hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future, which like I said will be at 7. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. If you would like to support the channel otherwise, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a YouTube at youtube.com/MordredViking where I have started uploading again. So if you have been missing the more recent Hearts of Iron stuff, then you can find that on the YubTubs. And then finally I have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a pleasure to see some new faces joining us there. So come join us, say hello, you'll be more than welcome. In the meantime, we are going to go and raid Aldra Hill, who's currently playing Victoria. So head on over to Aldra Hill, show him some love. I'd love to see his chat absolutely lit up by the Viking Raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking Raid, just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships, just like this. It's Mark McMortry. Yes, I picked up some Dutch on the way. Nice. So yeah, that's all for me. I will see you at 7, and we shall continue this game with Germany and see if we can get Norway to fall. Until then, thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Odin Shark, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, back in an hour and a half.